Hey, what's up guys? Maltosier, and we're back with what is possibly the final Great Ace Attorney 2 stream. And I'm gonna press this button for the first time ever in my entire life. I'm gonna see this scene for the first time in my entire life. You know what would be really cool, guys? I think it would be really impressive if this chapter starts off with a pan of like 4 people at the witness stand. That would really make this game for me, honestly. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Wait. There's 2 people? 3 people? That's almost 4 people. Almost good. Oh wait, there's a 4th person. Done. This is actually the best game ever. Damn. Okay. Give me lotto numbers because you nailed it. Oh man, alright. You're not at the witness stand though? Then how come I can witness him? Checkmate. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikutoba, lecturer in the forensic medicine at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Why is Gori just staring at him menacingly? And Professor Mikutoba, that young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Side, I understand. Stare because reasons. I really like Gori too. Also, Gori is 19. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Oh, you know, just in case anyone needs... Alright. Anyways. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it is making me shudder. He's just jealous. The revelations about Dr. Side that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. She's actually a coroner, so she cuts up bodies a lot. She cuts up dead bodies, that's why she has the knives. I remember you, Dr. Mikutoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal the decisive evidence against Genshin Impact, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Sounds kinda like an abuse of power, sir. I mean, who died and made you judge? Oh, probably the other guy. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. I felt a little... Oh, wait, what? I totally missed the fucking line. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Wow, I can't read. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. That man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Objection! I haven't done my cross-examination yet, bitch! If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, what? I didn't know that. That seems like a really obvious change in pattern. Someone literally sent a dog to kill 3 people, but then one guy was stabbed and they said it was the professor? That's whack, bro. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after their testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Pianosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Get fucked, bro. Get fucked by the law. I am the law, bitch. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Is this going to be one of those things where if I press the wrong statement, they just instantly game over me? I hated it. I remember a game did that. One of the games did that. And it was really annoying because but it was okay at the same time because I was playing on an emulator, so I just save stated. So I was a complete fucking cheater. But you know, like, if I wasn't though, man, I'd be pissed. Yes, my lord. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Can I press you? Or is it gonna fuck me? Let's find out.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Stare. Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Also, does that mean Gori was there at the autopsy when she was 9? She wasn't, right? I think I just misunderstood what the exchange was there. Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
And all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Impact confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. And yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin Impact ever had kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Is the hound gonna be a dude? Like a furry or something? There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. Okay. Also, I feel like the Western-style sword thing is important. Because why would he use a Western-style sword? That's my question. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? I don't even know why I got weird chants. Did I say something weird just now? I actually can't even remember what I just said. Other than the sword thing. Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. Oh, right, the hound being a furry. Okay, gotcha. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Side, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. Okay, so she wasn't there. She wasn't there. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Why does she have to roll her eyes back into her head whenever she's thinking about something? I don't know. Why she gotta do that? Hi, Panda. Present a person? Oh, the moment I said hi, Panda, my Twitch dashboard just crashed. Why did that happen? I've never had that crash in literally ever. That's weird. Now I gotta reload it. Cause what? Oh! I was so confused. I was like, is that the answer to why my dashboard crashed? But no, okay, true. Come on, Dr. Gori, what was it? Present Akuma? That sounds so funny to me. Alright, here, let me present Akuma. I'm gonna do it right now, okay? Ready? Y'all ready? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach. So what are they talking about? Was it a piece of a sword?
Hold it!
Boring.
So what was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? You regret saying that now? My jokes missing today, sheesh. No, it's just my brain is missing today. That's what's really happening. It was sparkly and round with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Impact. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin Impact wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. Yeah, why didn't you start with that? I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do. My father's possessions were sent to a family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among us. It is a goth girl, yes. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key at the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Genshin Impact is Kazuma Impact's dad. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? Clint's last words. Good soup. Fucking passes out immediately. I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Aye, yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? What kind of question is that? Ah, well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gorey. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? No? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Is that a fucking horse? No, bro. Does no one here know what a plague doctor mask is? Or that's basically the equivalent of one. Although I don't know why he's using a plague doctor mask to be a coroner, but whatever. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. We must examine it very carefully. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's actually a unicorn, dummy. Jeez. You don't know anything. I'm just kidding. That was my fault. I don't know what the hell anyone's talking about anymore. I'm like the worst streamer ever. Confirmed. Alright. Present a ring? One at some point, yes. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting that equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Wow, can you like use better language? Are you fat shaming this ring right now? Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! Bloody hell! Their claws really are sharp! Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Bruh, Mr. Naruto is fucking stupid. What? God damn it. God damn it, Panda. Alright, anyways. we must examine it very carefully, Miss Naruto. Very carefully indeed. Well, I did, but it didn't really update, so that was kind of a waste of time. Presumed to have been followed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh yeah? Hold it. You can't swallow this shit. It'll cut through your words and your vocal cords and everything else along the way. And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Impact's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie! My father was no killer! Barack Van Zieks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor.
Obviously a lie.
In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. By swallowing a goddamn ring. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Right now, we're pretty sure that the judge here is actually the famous or fucking Reaper of the Bailey. At least he can swallow. Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to reuse this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry.
1037?
Don't worry, Mr. Narado. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. For my own observations. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do, guys.
11037.
No. That's not what I'm gonna do. Wait, there were no other signs of internal injury, despite the fact the ring would cut your throat? I feel like I'm getting onto something here. I feel like I'm coming up to something right now.
Objection!
Oh, first try, baby! The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed. Did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? I actually presented the ring and won. But the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? Well, why don't you try swallowing it, bitch? And by it, I mean these nuts. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than that, the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. Yeah, that was actually the reason what I'm talking about right now. You already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. Probably next year, Panda. Probably next year. And there you've arrived at I can say that to anybody who asks me about a stream now. It's great. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings of myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation that I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Yeah, no problem, Panda. You know me. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least? Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Damn you, Wilson. Wilson! So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. I do have one. I have a Wilson volleyball too, but it's really scuffed. Like, it was a reward for us winning the only time we ever won a fucking volleyball league, and it wasn't even a good ball. It's like it has like when you fill it up with air, it's all bumpy. It doesn't actually roll properly or bounce or anything. It's just fucked. It's very depressing. But it says Wilson on it. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gorey. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. Please just cut him. We open up the dead to find the truth. Oh shit. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, all with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Yo! Dr. Gorey's fucking cool. As hell. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Dude, I want to... Let's play can they give me a coroner Ace Attorney game side story? So it's like, you know, instead of Ace Attorney Investigations, it's Ace Attorney Body Choppers. So we just play the whole game just doing autopsies on corpses to figure out the truth. That would be kind of interesting. Wait, that would actually be kind of interesting, but also very disgusting at the same time. So it'll probably never happen. But I would be so intrigued in playing that game. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Impact saving my life. What? My father saved your life? I mostly just want to see another angle on this fucking world. Of, like, discovering the truth. We have the... I mean, the prosecutor angle is basically just never going to court. For whatever reason. And then we have the defense lawyer. And then we kind of have a detective side now with your boy Herlock. I want to see more. I want to see another angle of a person that can be, like, super cool and, like, actually influence the truth. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I was walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! A judge game? That's basically Papers, Please, I feel like. I've never played Papers, Please, but I have an idea about it. Look, it's the ring! You can see it right there. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin Impact lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me, but they probably knocked the ring out of his hand. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Ah, are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean... the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Also, if the ring... I just saw in the flashback that the ring was on his finger. Why don't they just use his flashback as evidence? Dude, this guy's pissed. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Rinosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you're a Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Isogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Because of a threat? To his son? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Isogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion that should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Impacto. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Dude, is that a horse? Genshin Impact's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing, unless... there was no fabricated evidence. Just kidding. Unless... I think I screwed that up, but anyways. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Oog! Abra-blooga. Why is this guy super social distancing against the other two? But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Objection. What if they threatened him, though, with a good time? Dude, there are too many memes. Too many memes! Too many memes! Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now. Dude, is that a tricorn? Yes. This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? Do you want to get spanked by my tricorn? No! That's wrong! In many ways, but my lord... Your reasoning is perfectly sound. Unless... Okay, I made myself laugh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
Not in a good way.
Your reasoning is perfectly sound. Unless you claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death if the autopsy results were an invention. Oh shit, look at the it's so weird seeing him point in this angle. You can see how dainty his point is. If the autopsy reports were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. I mean,
Objection!
oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I should have seen you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Smiley face? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogiranse? Do I have a picture of Asogi? As a baby? Oh wait, the fucking will, bro! The only weapon I have left. I hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possession and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. And it is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. Alright.
Take that!
This is defense. Oh, okay, it's wrong. I should have used the bunny. I should have used the bunny. You could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So, if we're right about the autopsy reports, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. The fans would like to... Enough rhetoric! Shut the hell up and present something. Okay. Is it really the bunny? I don't know what just... I'm out of options! I better use the bunny! Clemency? I'm assuming that means, here's what I'm assuming clemency means, okay? Just, you know, off the top of my head, I think it might mean, lenience or mercy. Okay? Alright, let's see here. Timing intensifies. See, it's a good thing I have a fucking mechanical blue key. What the fuck's it called? Mechanical MX Cherry MX Blues, okay? The loudest one. That way I can make typing jokes. Knowledge. Here, the whole reason is because of this ring. No, that's probably not it. Because of the small component. Actually, it's probably because this dismissal notice. Wait. You guys remember Daily Vigil? He was a part of this story, this fucking chapter at the beginning. Man kind of faded into obscurity though, after he told me what his information was. Maybe it was this gun. Oh my god, I don't know. Guys, I don't get it. This is the only one that made sense to me. Because, you know, if he died, then he would at least get everything of his to his son for whatever reason. Including the sword. Wait, a put it together. K-A-T. That spells cat. Doesn't help me. Okay. That actually looks like you just very crazy typed. That's wicked, brah. That's wicked. Alright. Dude, I don't know. Meow. Meow. Totes intentional. Yep. Okay. I missed the cat. Me, wow. Dude, I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. Why? Well, okay, so it has to be something from 10 years ago, right? This ring is from 10 years ago. The sword is from 10 years ago. This autopsy report is from 10 years ago. Are those my only options? Oh, this is also from 10 years ago, but I already presented it. I was wrong. Anything else from 10 years ago? Do I use the ring again? No, probably not. Sword? Probably not. I'm from 10 years ago? I mean, this is true, but I don't think I can present myself. As far as I can tell. I'm presenting myself right now.
And not in a good way.
I don't like that. I get it, but also ew. I was just thinking like a fucking monkey. Anyways. You're sorry? I'm guessing you meant it in a way more, just, you know, you're ugly kind of way, but... Anyways. Does anyone have any ideas then? Should I start throwing things in? Ah, yeah, that's it. Fuck it. It was clearly the ring. I'm ready to skip this dialogue. I already knew I was dead, bro. Alright. Clearly what I actually meant to say is Yamcha 10 years ago. Dude, doesn't that mean Yamcha was put in a travel case by the enemy? Is that why he looked like that? Man, I don't fucking know, bro. I'm just gonna do everything.
Take that!
Also wrong. It's also wrong. What is he doing for clemency, bro? What is he clementing?
No,
do I have
that's wrong.
Do I have a picture of Clement? Of Clementines? I don't even know what it wants from me. I don't know what it wants from me. He's saying nothing in exchange for some sort of mercy? Who wants the mercy? Who wants it? You wants it? You wants it? Is it the note? Is there a picture of your boy? I don't see one. Is it this guy? Huh? Alright, hold on. Can I present a person? I cannot present a person. Oh, wait, maybe he was saving this guy because he saved him. Maybe they're gonna beat this guy's ass. Maybe he wanted to protect this guy. Can I present a hole? I don't even remember what that reference is anymore. Maybe him saying nothing allowed them to just let this guy leave without getting killed. Remember this guy, not Barry, sorry, what the fuck am I saying? Daily Vigil listened to him about his fucking Asogi papers and shit. Man, I don't know. Bro, I don't fucking know. Bro, present Cosmo's armband? Wait.
Take that!
Damn it! Why did I believe in that? Alright, I'm gonna go for what I said.
Take that!
First try, baby! Oh, please, please don't quote 200 times in a row again. I beg of you guys. At least don't one-man spam quote. How about that? If you guys all want to look at quotes together, sure. Lil Ooh Woo Kit, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're about to kick this game's ass, probably, maybe, hopefully. I don't know. Also, I just accidentally skipped dialogue. I presented the thing I was talking about, the dismissal notice that I was mentioning before and discussing. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting he didn't actually get instantly killed. He got killed in the fucking grave or some shit. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator with 2 L's from the judiciary. I feel like in a different game I've made a mistake. What? What do you mean? I don't actually understand the sentence. You feel like in a different game you made a mistake. You made a mistake playing it. Oh, okay. So you're literally saying you're talking about a different game and you made a mistake in this different game, where you bought 535 ducks. That sounds great to me. I don't know. I don't know how that sounds like a mistake. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine why he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. He's also waiting in the antechamber. Just chilling. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you, he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, just chilling in the antechamber, baby? My lord, you must permit this trial. Every single relevant witness just hanging out right now outside the door. Why don't we just bring them all in at once? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the truth, the whole truth behind the disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, Mr. Reaper of the Balls? Wait, I just remembered what this means. I just remember what this means, the fact that this guy reappeared. God damn it. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We've already been through this afore, a decade ago. And the conclusion was there was nay anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped to prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. Exclamation mark! If it turns out that you are involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Ah, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I deny ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty, for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that it was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I deny ken that. You're saying you don't know. I'm just clarifying because I don't really understand your accent. Listen, there was nay a thing about that professor case that was nay unusual in some way. You ixnay on the arms chair, snay. Okay. I did nay ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could nay tell ya. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel. Okay. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. A directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance that it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, do not bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders. So, you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Oh, or Dr. Sida she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead-up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before seen with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Oh shit, he became fucking elfin? Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped in the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil. I cannae apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Long sigh. I didn't ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I dinna ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of your guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be then, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out me duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Impact was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannae tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Excuse me?
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Nah, he looks fine. Whoa, whoa! Yes, sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out that memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. A treachery of the worst kind. The point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, it's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak atween Asogi and the body at the top, it does nae quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads, aye. Go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella did nae have nothing to bargain with. Alright. I feel like it's almost time for the Asogi papers, but I'm gonna press this just in case.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, Surly. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against his Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and its prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point, logically. It would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him a... Yeah, okay, I already know what it is. They literally just said arms, like his last weapon, you know what I'm saying? So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured that he would broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling... there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. It doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruto. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Alright. I'm gonna do it. He was only armed with a single thing. The Asogi papers. Also, I'm probably gonna game over because every time I think I'm right, I'm wrong. So, let's see if this is an exception.
Objection!
Oh, it worked! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers, the fella couldn't possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Order Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya? Ya wee rat. Did I no tell ya to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Garg. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after that convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, the document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jings, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you did nae do a proper job, eh? Ya peely wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to ya afore, did I know, yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Impact. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, It's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given that convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time if the will was fake. Where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by Judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was a mastermind by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and... What did you just say? Testify! Have him testify! Testify! The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Meep, meep. Well, it seems that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well, then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yeah, boy! Meep, meep. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. You forgot people were watching this trial? What do you mean? We're all watching it. We're the gallery. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh, ya wee waffinger? Huh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do? Wait, he's literally getting his cravat pulled with no one actually pulling it. This man is a master mime.
It's magic.
It really is. This guy's pulling his own cravat. Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Huh? You too scared? Are you scared again? Are you a little scared boy, huh? God! Little and large, what a double act. We complied. We complied with Asogi's will as far as I'm sorry, that was just so fucking stupid. Oh god. Whew. Whew. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were... fucking stupid-ass daily vigil, man. Holy shit. This guy just fucking broke out of his shell for a sudden super sassy comedy duo. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family's home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were... and we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you can deny the handwriting is that of your old man A. Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. You just got screwed by Ganondorf.
And not in a good way.
Wait, now it sounds like you finished my sentence. In a worse way. Really? And this last will and testament was the last man's weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Slap! Yes, my lord. Dun, 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 dun. Is it just me, or I just realized something? Ah! Shouldn't have looked at my ring light. Is the color off on my camera? Is it just me, or does it look kind of extremely yellow? I just looked at it for like a second now, and I'm just kind of like wondering if you guys feel that way. Hold on. Can I fix this? Can I fix this? Can I adjust this? It looks fine to you? Okay, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I could just be crazy. I mean, that's also very likely. Oh wait, no, it was slightly off from the settings I like it at. I think this is more like what I normally do. Something like here. You guys probably even noticed the change, but I do. Okay, let's go back. Alright. As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Alright, so... what? I only found out about it, okay, yeah? Wait. What? Wait, I can make this guy keep slapping the fucking... Okay, anyways. Let's see.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I did nae ken afore, and I did nae ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Impact's last will and testament that the sender and the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance. I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books. That kimono. His sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times. The inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could nay have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say the letters just look like squirming massive jet black earthenware rooms to me. Hold on. Hold on.
Excuse me.
Again. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? So, it was... excuse me.
Remember.
Sir? It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Excuse me. Sir, less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about that testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance, possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Yeah, because he's fucking swaying in every direction. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Objection? Because you might be mistaken? Because this is not in scarlet ink? Actually, it doesn't even, I can't even tell from this picture because it only looks at text. By the way, objection, sir? Do we have anything scarlet? We have this. Maybe he wrote it with a wig. Maybe he was actually part of the... Wait, we have someone used a red pen on this shit to circle it. Oh, shit. Maybe we're onto something here. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna press this first.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness? Is that really what you saw? What? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? The Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ulk, Dene Haver. You can plainly see the right in here, and it's as black as the Earl O'Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, oops. Well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely your will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Miss Naruto, you must present it to the court at once. I get it. Inkling, you guys get it? You guys understand? You guys picking up what she's putting down? So this will really was penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He wants to play Splatoon? He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it? Which is it, Mr. Naruto? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. Can't overlook this in the smallest detail. Yeah, y'all thinking the same thing. Even though I've never played Splatoon, but I still would think the same thing too. I don't blame you. Okay, Okay, guys. I know what to present. Clearly it's this thing that's gonna game me over instantly. I'm ready. Wait. Additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Oh! Hi! Hi there, Mr. Random Detail in a Random fucking Report.
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Havers again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. That's not the same fucking note, bro. You're looking at a scroll. It's the scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink. It must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in that cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir... When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil said, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Impact came to be in possession of that document. So, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact this daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will that nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility, if a duty, to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there was no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns everything absolutely on its head. What? But it's just too hideous. Miss Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in the pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Hello, darkness, my old friend. You appear behind me again. I didn't even say that right. Appear behind me again. Can you hear it? You appear behind... 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a wall. A wall? A will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a confession? Was he the professor? Also, why do I only have 1 HP, bro? God, who did this? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You can do this, Mr. Naruto. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. That's what she said. But it's the only explanation that fits, that's what she said. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as a professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Impact at all. No, you can't be suggesting it was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! Damn, these two are fucking terrified. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be... I hate when I fucking suck at reading it fast enough. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though. Did he never suspect? No, though. Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in the court now. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmon, who was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmon. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. Oh yeah, we have! How could you? Ooh, Featherflex! Featherflex from Stratusmere! The biggest flex of all. There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. I remember this thing! It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B! What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. The Hound of the Baskervilles! Oh. Things are coming up. What's the Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. 17 months! Yo, thank you so much, Jackie.
Wow, 17 months.
Wow, 17 months. True. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Can you believe it? Dude, I still kind of have a hard time believing it. I'm just like, holy shit. It's been a long-ass time since I started streaming. Oh, boy. You were going to type that earlier, too? You should have? Wait, type what? Holy Hound? Is Jeff in here? I don't know. Jeff, you here? Is your name Jeff? Hey, Jeff, you in here? That pure gold emblem was a heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmong's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was an considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. Bloodhound of Baskerville. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true, then? Clint Van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! Dude, I gotta go back. I gotta rewatch World Trigger, man. I really like the first part, and then they made a new season, but I couldn't understand it because it's been so long I didn't remember any fucking details anymore. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though this anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. What? He's actually going to tell us? Tell me, then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became prosecutor in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Damn! Man just said it, though. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Impact, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as of yet. Yeah, this is literally Phoenix Wright. Or, like, it's not Phoenix Wright, it's Ace Attorney, which is Phoenix Wright. But it's like a super prequel of it. Like, fucking 200 years beforehand. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So, a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard on this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you are behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't gotten a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? I miss his fish and chips too. Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? It was Gregson and some hired help. The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Although I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know that you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barack Van Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. He didn't admit to being the Reaper of the Bailey, though. He just said some fucking roundabout shit. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess... Oh, never mind. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire Empire. Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. Those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in the aid of keeping London safe. What is going on with the music? Oh shit. Uh-oh, things are getting serious. Hold on, I missed that line. I want to turn up the audio just a bit. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last request. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, no more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. This shit's gonna get deeper and deeper, isn't it? We're not even close, are we? That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. the woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence of condemned Kenshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. What?
Objection!
True. You can just object to that too. Bitch. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in the courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. What? Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something just contradictory. It's time to identify who. What? Shit? What do you say? It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Okay. Wait. Wasn't he the Lord Chief Justice at the time? Wasn't Strongheart the Chief Justice at the time because he's the one who fucking... I'm so confused, bro. I'm so confused, bro. Holy shit. Time to pull Hurley's ears? Don't think it ever plays against too much fucking reading? I mean, yeah. I mean, I can see why people would hate it if they can't read. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. Actually, maybe it is what I meant, bitch. I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is basically reading a book, but with extra steps. But also, I hate reading books, so it's basically reading an anime. Okay? Alright. It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. Come on, Renosuke, go over it again. Find it. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. The third victim... Wait, this is some Danganronpa level flashback shit going on right now. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? So when you were recounting information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you just said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here. To pursue an explanation... I feel like I fucked up. What are you playing at? I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the... Okay, what do you guys think? I think I might have fucked up, and this is all just like a pretend that I've gotten the right answer. And I'm gonna game over now. This is where my last life finally goes down. I think I'm kind of fucked. And not in a good way. Hold on. Let me check something here. No, there's no, I may have gone down the wrong path here. I should have probably gone for the other one, huh? Yeah. I really should have. Guys, I think I fucked up. Guys, I think I fucked up. I think it's over. I better just accept my death at this point. think I better accept my death. There's nothing here. Actually, hold on. Did you get that the awesome title joke, Taco, for that episode? Yes? I'm glad. I'm glad. It was a very deep joke that had several layers. No, it really didn't, though. Last time I said the wrong person, it didn't penalize me? It did, though. It did penalize me, because I tried to, like... Didn't it, like... Actually, it did or not? You're right, actually. There's an actual penalty here. I'm a garbage bag? What? Wait, why did you just say that? Why did you just say that? I completely lost track of whatever was happening in the conversation. Oh. Don't get mad, get glad. Kitchen garbage bags. Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. This is very important. What did he say that was important again? Nothing, right? Clint was the culprit at the time. The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, don't think about that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. There's nothing here, bro. There's no contradiction here at all. I fucked up. That's the only conclusion. Wait, hold on. Let's see what this guy said. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The Wobegon ring act as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi and 3-page last will untouched. Oh, the fact that he said 3-paged? It was probably that. The 3-page last will and testament pen in black ink left behind by the man, because we already concluded he didn't fucking leave that shit, bro. There's only two. No, it is 3-paged. Wait, is it? Oh wait, it is 2-paged. Wait a minute, it's missing a page. Okay, you're right. That's either way. It's a contradiction. I fucked up, so I'm about to just lose. Man, where's my autosave at though? Hold on. Where's my autosave at? Where's this? Do I dare press this? It's from 15 minutes ago. No, I'm just gonna take my death. Hold on. Let me die with honor. Let me die with honor. Dear me, oh, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. But there is no contradiction with either the defendant or myself. Naturally. No, the contradiction here lies squarely with you. We've wasted enough time. It's clear to me that any further discussion of this case will be fruitless. Barak Van Zieks, I would like to think that whoever misguided... Wait, what? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Isn't this a bonus trial? What do you mean that suddenly we're just gonna say he's the Reaper even though he just admitted he is? Bro, this doesn't make any fucking sense. He admitted to everybody that he's the Reaper, but now we're gonna go pin it on him because I fucked up one question. Strongheart's a bitch ass. Man's spiteful. No, that doesn't conclude business. Everyone just yell testify again. Oh my god, it's so stupid. It's so dumb, dude. Alright, yeah. I already know what to do. Yeah. Alright, Lord Strongheart. You're the bitch ass. Also, I just remember I want to follow up for what you said earlier, Jackie. That's, I think, one of the possible appeals of me playing a game like this is that people who wouldn't like to read could just listen instead. At least that's my goal when I fucking play these kind of games anyway. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words, find the problem. Neither. Okay, wait, what am I doing? I already know. Just fucking. Come on, just go. Suddenly, this is an audiobook now. This is an audiobook of Ace Attorney. With the professional voice actor, me. You know that guy, me? And it has music and everything. This is a high-quality audiobook. This is why my mouse is broken. You might be right. Alright, anyways. Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you just made a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. What? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. At least one whole damage of fatal. Bitch. Audiobook with some liberties? True, I do fuck up some lines sometimes. Just a little bit. Just a slight amount. Present!
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. Two-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the three-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a third page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. That's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black Wirram-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? Only the first two pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we would nae have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, So it was decided that the third page ought nae to be said.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. This courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document here inside of my pocket where I keep it safe for all these years, and I've never changed these pants even once. My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Impact's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. Your inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well, then. Governor Kate... Wait, what? He's just okay with it after... Okay, whatever. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannae actually read Wirram language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of an assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father? Racist. There's a lot of, I mean, look, it was the 1800s, and I'm actually glad that the fucking translators and localizers didn't, like, try to somehow filter out everything in this fucking game and actually kept it, like, what it should be. I think that's respectable to say, because I feel like a lot of games wouldn't do that or be too scared to. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should just quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. What? Oh, you're telling me to kill everybody in the court, father? Shing! That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all past for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution's counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Everyone's like, oh, I see. I don't see. I don't see anything. All these procrastinations are beginning. Oh, now I see what you guys are saying. You mean like it might be in like the hilt or something? All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality when he murdered his former mentor. Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe it that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart? You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting the British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? There were no criminals. You know what I just realized? I don't know why I just realized it, but after he submitted it to the court, his sword actually disappeared from his hilt. Like the Karuma blade. It's actually not even there anymore. That's pretty consistent. And there were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart? What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Actually, I do, bitch. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Objection!
Bitch, this is my last chance. With Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now or it'll all be over. Or it's all over, but can I? Yeah, of course I can, bro. Boop! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high noon, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour, and that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Hi, Haru. How have you been? Long time. Welcome back. Hope things have been okay for you. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you can settle. You have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Right here, bitch. This sword fucking just stabs him in the fucking heart. Done. Solved.
Take that!
Is that wrong? What did I say, Counsel? If you're capable, were my words. Oh, well, should I have looked at it first? Wait, hold on. Shut up. Shut up. I wasn't ready. Time out. Come on, Renosuke. We know that Sogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago. Yeah. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the Jesus Christ, man. Okay, I know I forgot to freaking look at the sword, okay? Wait, didn't I already look? Oh, no. Oh, here we go. That wasn't there before. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Miss Naruto, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied this history and development of the katana some time ago. And, as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. Oh my... Wise dog. When the Ace's attorneys... True, but also, holy shit! I haven't seen you in a while. Bro, I haven't seen you in like forever. How are you doing, Wise Dog? I penned this in my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? There's Naruhodo. Look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside the Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks. I mean, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait, my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Well, let me look at it then. Hold on. What am I looking at? Wait, I can't even... It doesn't even let me examine it because I gotta read it dramatically in the story. Alright, anyways. Yeah, shut up, shut up, guys. Just stop. Just let me present it. Let me present it. Let me present it. Shut up. Let me present it. Yeah, I do have the evidence. I was just kidding. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, let's go. Come on, bitch. Yeah, better stand back up, bitch. 'Cause I'm about to make you sit your ass down with this fucking god tier take that. Bitch. There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. Is this child famous record or does it look similar? It's actually his 200 years old ancestor who was, I guess, the first of his bloodline to become a lawyer or like whatever during like the originations of modern court stuff and law and forensic science and all that. So yeah, it's his super distant relative. The last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right. It was. Only... What's this, bitch? Huh? What's this? Just discovered moments ago, huh? Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh shit, look at his face! Garg. Excuse me. Garg. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? Why does that guy have the same movement of covering his face like a K-pop idol? Because he is one, basically. He's the origin of K-pop. Sushart scary? True. was rolled up inside of this. Inside Karuma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asoki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Is waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Sushard. Oh, Sushard. Not Sushard. Gotcha. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see what the hell you were talking about. True. True. The signature and seal certainly look official. Oh my god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. I can't do that, Star Fox. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the entire world. I mean, the meaning of justice in this country. It's just as bad. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Or what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Check out this foot, bitch. Why don't you lick it? Huh? And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And thanks, guys. Thank you for posting those emotes. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. God. Oh yeah, it's just the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. You have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. I just remembered something. I actually have unlocked my 5 animated emote slots for subs, and I haven't used them yet. I should probably figure something out as soon as possible. But yeah, I actually have them. I forgot I figured it out like a few days ago. The first emote's gonna be, should just be, fucking Ryunosuke going. You know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about? That'll be the best emo. What do you mean, ew? That's slow turn. That's what he does, though. It would rather appear as those proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. It better be voice acted. Please be voice acted. Very well then. No, for God's sakes. No! It's not voice acted. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I stand... It's literally the 11th hour, bro! And I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, and that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor and of the Van Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear... What? Here? Is that... I don't know. Oh, I will not hear discourse... Okay, I get it. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. I watch as my former mentor perished before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh, he's happy again. It's okay, guys. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer.
Yep.
But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago. You claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me. But the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Impact. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. I think I said that right the first time. Jigoku had fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of a witness stand, I had words for him. When I told him the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We decided to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything had changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Well, you guys are finished anyways. Consider yourself finished. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Bang. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. Hey, Chocobo. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Millgate Cemetery that night. Yeah, you did, basically, Chocobo. A lot of the huge-ass explosions just already happened. Dude, my fucking dashboard keeps crashing. It's really annoying. More like crashboard. Bitch. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. Can you get a rundown of what's happened? Basically, how do I summarize this really quickly? So basically, the will that we thought that he had turns out to be not his own will, but it was actually the will of Van Zeek's brother Clint, who was actually confessing to being the professor or doing the will of the professor. But then I would being the professor basically. So he figured out his brother was a professor, but there were still doubts about that. And then Strongheart admitted to all of that, and also admitted to being the Reaper of the Bailey. And then what happened was, it turns out that we actually still had the will. There was a page missing from the will that was left behind, and that page was a haiku about twisting the head of the sword or whatever. So we opened up the sword and we found out that the actual will of Clint was in there the whole time. And then yeah, I actually know what you're talking about, Bentwith. I felt the same way too. But then, anyways, basically it turns out that on the will that the person who was making him kill people in his name was actually Male Strongheart the whole time. So Male Strongheart has been organizing the murder of guilty people before as the Professor and now as the Reaper the entire time, because he believes it's the only way to get rid of crime is to just kill them at the root of evil. And then we admitted that he was actually trying to get the guy to leave and go back to Japan and not kill him, as per the agreement, because the whole agreement was like that he would live with a fake execution as long as he didn't reveal the contents of that note and expose Strongheart. So that he was totally fine with that. But then what actually happened was, because Enoch Drebber showed up and saw it happen, they panic shot and killed him. And Jigoku killed him. For whatever fucking reason, it doesn't really make sense. Anyways, that's where we are right now. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what that would happen if that came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? None of that made sense? Alright. Kind of annoying, but alright. These past 10 years I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection.
Hi, Geek Queen. Hello, Mall fam. You're the first person trying to really make this a term for my followers be a thing. But okay, I respect it. I'm doing well. How are you? That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. You're sick? Damn, that sucks. I hope it's not like super bad. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. Carbohydrates? That's in. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you all see that what I've done for the country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. If Lord Van Zeeks yours worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson felt anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No. The darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? It was all for the Queen and country. I'm tired of that excuse. You consistently twist the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest that you don't ever talk of justice again. God. Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous...
Clap.
Clap. Thank you so much for the 24 months. Dude, you hit 2 years and I still haven't made the badge. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. He really is Gant. Holy shit. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions of beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true, personally. I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed upon people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of those darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you all also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, and be cast back into the lawless days of last century. Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, with 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. I mean, he kind of has a point here, but where are we going to go with that? We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That's all that was expected of this trial. All of these other matters have been discussed. We will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Unless, and by fair means or foul. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. 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 Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. There's just one guy. There's one hero in the audience. He probably just got fucking killed by the rest of them right now. Man's got a bottle. There's a guy who's been getting hit by bottles every single fucking court case. He's totally fucking jumped right now. Thank you for that, Haru. Anyways. Just faintly Titus in the background. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. We've conclusively proven his guilt, but he still managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Oh, it's time for the bunny again. True, because we have no options. Except we have the option of not using it. Did it? Rinosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options. I think. He said it. He said the thing. He said the thing. He literally said I'm out of options, bro. Straight up. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... Oh my god, we bopping for music right now? Y'all ready? We're about to bunny this guy's ass. I guess you could call it Bunny Dung. Too bad your name isn't Bunny Dung on Twitch. The joke doesn't even make sense. Let's go!
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of... Fuck, dude. In case anyone wanted to know, Jackie here, Jerome Tank, normally goes by the name Bunny Dung everywhere, but for whatever reason he isn't over here. So there you go. We've exposed all of Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 my dear fellows. Must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I am over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... What? The fuck? What did he just... What the fuck? What? This man's fucking cloaking, bro. It's Mr. Sholmes. What the fuck is happening? What is he doing in the 1800s? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. They're gonna... Yo, please show us people going right through his ass, bro. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Yes! Yes! What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. He started dancing! Oh, I wish this was a dancer we had. I wish this was a dancer we could put on the stream, man. Except right now the dancer would be him and two cops. He's IRL taunting him. Yeah, it goes forever, man. Dude, man, if there was a way to rip out this animation, I would 100% use it as a dance emote. Or dancer on the stream, like Pikachu there. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire seed. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, were they broadcasting? Is it going to be one of those things where, oh, we were actually broadcasting this to the entire public already. It's already been exposed. Good luck. Is that what this is? Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once, get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air of this rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace! This man's at the fucking Queen himself. What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it. You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty! Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. If you catch my drift, do you understand? Do you understand what I'm subtly hinting at, Ryunosuke? What? What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court, I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be... I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock-Sholmes remote cinematograph. I did not say that right. You meddling! This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with my talk of my latest inventions. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I have a question! What's up, Domo? You... I confess I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. How long am I going to be streaming for? Another... I don't know. Technically, I'm going to be done once this game is done, and we're getting pretty close to the end. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if you ever... Well, why did it... Oh, it's a king's... It's a kingly scroll. A queenly scroll. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Hail, Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are a bitch. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Wait, where are those fires going? Okay, alright. Wait. He's super duper guilty, bro. He's extremely... Wait.
Yay!
God damn it. Oh yeah! He basically did Alphin's alt. Pyre! Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything.
Let's not lose our heads, though.
The greatest breakdown ever. This is fucking badass. And when those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. So he did kill him on purpose then. Alright, so he had at least admitted that part. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Is this where he gets super sentimental? Is it about where he gets super sentimental? P.S. I love you, bro. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives, and the second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. Someone wrote the damn... Thank you. Okay, Bugsy, you gotta send me that shit then. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, who did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend? My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of the bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. But if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Miss Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light. It always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. All the stains in the past have been cleared, it all makes sense now. Shut up! That was very clever, though. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barack Van Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barack Van Zeeks not guilty! He made it just in time for Christmas. True. That is all. Court is adjourned. Boop. All right. All right. I'm ready for the sentimental end because we're never seeing any of these kickers again. Man. We're never going to see these guys ever again. I'm honestly sad in advance. God damn it, man. It's been a long-ass journey, bro. Holy shit. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all. Mr. Sato. You know, I realized I've been getting so into this fucking game or this story that I forgot that I was sleepy. My sleepiness went away because I got too into the story. Anyways, oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will be seen much better. Are we actually going to see him smile? God damn it. That got me good, bro. What the fuck? Man, he's really just standing there, like, doing this. He's just weird. He's straight up weird champing, bro. The fucking timing. Mr. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. God damn it, man! Everyone keeps showing up pissed off! Miss Sato? There's another face like thunder in here. Oh my, and he really was here. Alright, Taco. Lord Van Zeeks? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. Sag, I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. Yeah, the one that he said he couldn't write down. The first is that this document survives, the second I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. These guys look very much exactly the same 10 years ago, apparently. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and tell no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. She's not in a good... And not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. Any chance. Is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be... Oh my god, is this about Iris? Wait. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. So that means his uncle is fucking Van Zeeks. Iris Van Zeeks, bro. My goodness. I assured the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. He thought he was so clever, and then he got shot in the fucking grave, bro. Alright then, tell me the address. We'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Ryujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. Yep, that's definitely Iris's mom. Look, it's the fucking hairs. The same bang. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room, and she was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. The end of Dark Q! And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. Cheated! But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. No wonder everyone banned her from writing the Hand of the Baskervilles. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of the Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So he must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah. Oh, Iris Baskerville. Maybe that's the actual name, because it's actually the wife's name. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes, he took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother? Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. These guys really did not click until now that it was Iris that he was talking about after all that. Like after everything that was building up to it, they're just like, wait a minute. I had no idea. Miss Naruto, what's wrong? This thing just pinched me behind my trouser pocket hard. Right in the butt. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? The Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures. Lord Chief Injustice, by the way. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. That's Iris is his niece now, bro. Or like always was, but still. All right, Iris. Thank you for all the help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Oh no!
Alright, have a good night, Jackie. Surely not. So, as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. Now that you've finally become free of that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one to mature, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Okay, interesting. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Right, he has to decide whether or not he's going back to Japan, but he probably is, because, because of the other guy. The epilogue is long, they always are. This is the epilogue of the conclusion to 2 games in a row. So it's probably going to be the longest epilogue I've ever seen in my life. I'm home. Ow! What the Gina! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing. Ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. She's gonna go meet up with the fireworks girl. That'll be the terrorizing pair right there. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, I'll defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikitoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikitoba, I detect not a hint of surprise, because he was there with you, idiot! I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at that scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? And why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes and Professor Mikitoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. It's the same dinner as before, though. Recycled. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me Kappa's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force, but why, Gina? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? God damn it. Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Dick means detective, I'm pretty sure. That's why there's a whole joke about Dick Gumshoe. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown has been reattached. And that watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. The smile. Look at that look in her eye, man. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? that I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's, we better not tell her that we already solved that case. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jeannie. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out, for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey? Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe me no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? I'm just kidding. It's even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too, with my greatest family. The greater Ace Attorney Chronicles go up to his parents. This is not an Ace Attorney game because we can only end the game once we object to something random. We have to object to something. That's the only way to end an Ace Attorney game. I need everybody in chat to spam the objection emotes when we get there. And before it doesn't even exist. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with in Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wish before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sosuke-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. Can you object to someone being dead? Yeah, as much as you want. Not that it matters. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it. Of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and I decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think that at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something as well. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Are we doing a flashback episode? Aw, man! My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Filler episode. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. All of Her Majesty? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Hello, hello. We're right here at the literal end of this game. So hopefully you've seen this game already. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Were you listening to the whole thing somehow? Probably not, right? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. Wow. Ryujin Mikotoba is really, really bad at checking the fucking area to see if she's here. Gotta be honest, I have not. Oh. Well, this has been a really long journey. I've been playing this. There's basically Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is like 2 different games, and we're literally at the end of both games. It was a giant story arc. But cool. Welcome to the Mall fam. But yeah, we're literally at the tail end of the game. It's been really, really fun, and I'm really, really happy that we got here. But you know, doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you're having fun, we chilling, regardless. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. But it's okay. You know what that means? You gotta think of it in the positive way, All of Your Majesty. That means very soon I'm gonna be starting something brand new. And also, in case you guys don't know what it is, I'll let you know now. First of all, I'm not gonna be streaming next week. I am streaming tomorrow, though. I'm not streaming next week because I'm gonna be on vacation. But when I come back from vacation, we're gonna be starting the Ocarina of Time randomizer run. If you don't know what that is, it's literally Ocarina of Time, except it's adjusted to that where every single treasure chest in the entire game is randomized to another item in the game, but it's still always solvable regardless. So it messes up everything. But it's really fucking fun, and I really want to try it because it sounds like it'd be really fun to do. And I'm really excited about that. So we're going to be doing that in January. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Anyways, I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Look at her. I'm trying to make sure notifications are on. Yeah, that'll be next week. Also, if you want to, you know, if you need an easier way to know when I'm like what my plans are on stream and stuff, I have a Discord server. If you guys want to be in it, you know, I think most of you are, but you know, !Discord. Not next week. Did I say next week? I didn't mean to say that. If I did. Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. No! No! I suppose. Yeah, because she's gonna go with fucking Kazuma, bro. Why can't she still be my damn judicial assistant in Japan? Because she has to be here, I guess, for the fucking governmental thing. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Just say it, bro! Ah, yes. Remember that time we looked at this shovel and argued if it was a shovel or a spade, but it was clearly a shovel all along, Naruhodo-san? You remember that? Ah, such a sentimental time. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. Ah yes, splendid. That is I. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. I really like when she does that smile. She only does it like 5 times, and it's great every time. I didn't object to anything yet, though. So, you know, clearly it's not over yet. Okay, so we're at the dock right now. We're about to leave. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runa? I'm afraid so, Iris. How long is the stream going to last after the game finishes? I normally end my streams an hour from now, around 3 o'clock, so probably not very much. I'll probably talk about the game a bit, see what people think about it. But other than that, the stream's probably going to end when I end this game. But tomorrow I'm going to be playing Jackbox and Gartic at around 9ish, so that's something we're going to do before I go on my vacation. You know, in case you're not, I know it's like, maybe without context, this is not very interesting and all, but I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But will you have to come back and visit? Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. All right, Iris, you do that. Honk.
Susato-san.
Oh! I can finally shut up!
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
It really does sound like there could be geese in the background right now.
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
God damn it. Guys, we're having an emotional moment.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
God, someone gotta take these fucking geese and ducks away from the mic. Okay, these guys are having a moment.
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Is the fact that this guy wears a cravat mean that this guy is Edgeworth's, oh, because he's training under the guy who also kind of has Edgeworth style going on. Oh, so this is how this whole fucking Edgeworth line started, isn't it? Okay, that makes sense.
Name it.
And then again, there's also suddenly became defense lawyers at some point, so maybe not.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Email game
It was
theory.
only for the briefest of moments.
Have you played any
The
Ace
last
Attorney
time
game
I
or
came
seen any
face
Ace
to
Attorney game?
face with that inspector,
Don't look at me like that.
but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me.
You sure the game, that's it? Do you know what this game is? This game is basically an origin story of like the main Ace Attorney games. Like the main guy is like the ancestor of Phoenix Wright. So don't worry. Actually, looking at this isn't too spoilery for the main games because it's very, very in the past.
The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As
It's
a
really, really worth
prosecutor-
going through, by the way. Especially if you've never played anything with the first game. Dude, if you can go through, like, I don't know if like reading is like boring or whatever for you, but if you can get the patience to go through the entire series, it's so fucking worth it, man. I don't think there's any other game that's giving me like similar feelings.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Hey, he said the resolve thing again.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
And after all that, no.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side.
This game was even
Always.
more wild than the other games. And it makes sense it's the newest game in the series. But actually, was it? Or did Spirit of Justice come out after? No, I'm pretty sure the second game here came after Spirit of Justice.
Until we meet again, then.
And they keep saying
You have your
they
path
keep
to follow, and I have mine.
they keep fucking talking about regular Ace Attorney 7 supposedly coming on the Switch. But they've been saying that for like 5 years now. Man, dude, whenever that fucking game comes out, I'm gonna be streaming that shit too. And there's gonna be like half my audience is gonna stop watching me again because they're gonna be like, "No, I want to play it myself." It's gonna be great.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side.
Oh, she said
Unless I'd be a burden.
unless.
What?
What? Don't be an idiot, dude. So this guy didn't ask, but she asked herself.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
I mean, he's already under the tutelage of Van Zeek's. The fucking apprentice can't have an apprentice. I already fired her.
Predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end.
Dude, you know if one day Ace Attorney was big enough to have the budget to just have full fucking voice acting for the whole game, I'd be into that. But then also, when I stream it, I would literally just be sitting there menacingly.
She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion.
Fucking Naruhodo. That's what you get for assuming, bitch.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I don't think you're even talking about being a judicial assistant anymore.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Jeez.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
I was actually wondering about the luggage too.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
It is? Dude, this fucking... Man, I wish I could hear his
Your
voice
fine
more.
judicial assistant has everything in hand as always.
This guy
I
actually
see.
has the perfect fucking voice for Naruhodo. It is?
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
I know who that is. God damn it.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Runosuke.
Dude, that sounds just like me when I do Iris's voice, right guys?
Cousin, draw your sword.
Fucking yikes jam, dude. God damn it. Oh shit, anime time. Wait, it's me! Guys, look, it's me, Ryunosuke.
When our paths cross once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
Oh man, I
A
fucked
day
that
I
up.
eagerly await as a lawyer.
It looks exactly the same too.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
It's not even anime by the way, I lied. I'm okay. There's a hair that was going... I couldn't figure out which side of my bangs my hair was going into my mouth with. So I started just
Don't
going...
forget me then, Kazuma.
It's okay, we're good. Don't worry about it. We don't need details.
As if I could.
Long hair problems.
Runosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
That was exactly how I sounded when I did his voice, right guys?
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What?
What?
The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I can't wait.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
My dear fellows. It is I, Sherlock
And that
Holmes.
brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Man, I'm so sad. But wait, no one objected to anything yet. Hold on. There's gotta be an objection. Here it comes.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
Unless they're not gonna make a sequel
And
to this
when we're
game.
together
I
again,
don't believe. I don't believe.
no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Objection?
Come, the game is afoot.
Yeah, damn it! No, they're not. Are they?
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
So all of these is being written by Mika Toba.
The times may change, but the
First words,
steadfast
come.
friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Wilson. Fuck
We
you,
have but to
Wilson.
gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh. Oh. The real Wilson.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Gonna say it.
Objection!
They did the thing! And it was super classy!
Meet again, Bruno.
Everyone say objection, this is your chance! This is your one chance! God damn, bro! I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematographer. I've no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Is it an ad right now? I can't even stop it! This is the worst time for an ad! Oh, that is sad. It's an ad.
Yeah, this is a really bad.
I gave really notes to Hurley, but it just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry.
Oh no.
I can't pause at this part, and I gave him some lotion I invented as well, to dye his hair red. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. 3 ads. Yeah, this is fucked. I'm really sorry about the ad. I literally can't do anything about it. This is like the worst possible time for ads to show up. Literally the worst possible time. Can someone please tell people who are stuck in ads that? Oh, okay. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. But yeah, anyone who got hit by an ad, I'm really sorry. I forgot to keep track of that. I was actually snoozing them as much as I could, but then I snoozed right into this fucking credit scene. So I probably should have just done it earlier. And I can't pause on this credit scene. The boss left a note for me, you know? And I could read every letter now, from A to Z, the whole deal. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. She's definitely gonna be fucking Emma Skye, bro. She's gotta somehow be related to Emma Skye, right? I only wish I could say how grateful I was before he, you know. No, that's sad. That's sad. Dude, the music changes, man. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You remind me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable, and then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, Alec Gregson, as they say. Yeah, but then he was one day away from retirement, man. I mean, you're literally shipping him with his niece when you do that. Oh no, you're talking about Gina. Sorry, I don't know why I thought you were talking about Iris. Alright, the problem's with me. Your Excellency, this man is accused. Objection! A bleak overstatement overruled! The minister is detained in Britain anyway! Who is this cattish counsel for the defense, and the women are forbidden to enter the courtroom? Oh really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Oh shit, it's your boy! Guys, it's your boy! And he's still beat up! Oh, these two. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. These fucking characters, man. Just smile to the camera. Weirdly cute, but yeah. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. But... Too soon, dude. Too soon. Too soon. Ooh. Mood. Damn. You! When I want to make the next waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there was nothing we two spells would not do. She's doing the finger thing! That I have in a quote somewhere. Everyone calls me gossip. I send jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell them spaghetti that's more red than my head. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're going to strike it rich together. Y'all are just going through the worst quotes trying to figure it out. There it is. Thanks. Found it. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's this new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. Fucking quote 210. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing a new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Yo, name fucking drop, bro! What the fuck? Oh, I played the whole game for that! That was the whole reason I played this game, for someone to say it! Someone said it! Great ace attorney, bitch! That's me! Who took that picture? Oh, I guess it was Mikotoba. This is a great picture, though. Look at the cat! The cat's back! Is that it? Oh, we do get a cred scene. There you go, Taco. Look, it's her as a look. The one time they have a full model for that shit, for her being an attorney, and she was only there for a single goddamn case, bro. Is she gonna follow? No, she's not, because she was just temporary. Look who that is. Who's that guy with the pen? Does anyone know? It's Marimo. Hey, look. It's Susato. You're back. Walk with me, Susato. Walk with me to the end of the earth. Wait, these two aren't going to walk with me, or are they going to immediately walk with me? These guys aren't going to walk... Oh, no, I'm making space for them. I can see it already. That just tries the background of the order of events that happen in the game. That's cool, too. I knew the characters were. Look who it is! It's Be Yourself! Wait, what the fuck am I looking at right now? Oh, it's him doing his goddamn poses, except you can see the full body now. Move Pikachu? Oh, sorry. Pikachu, sorry. You need to leave for a second. Because you're in the way of Iris. Stop. What do you do? Look at you, you're not listening to me. Look at you, you gotta listen to me. Look at you. Here, you can move over here, okay? You can be guiding them. Look, Pikachu is actually directing them. How's that? Is that better? Lord Van Zeeks. Hey look, it's the guy with the greatest accent ever. Hello, my friends. I didn't know that I was going to have a scene here, but I can... Fuck you. Wait. I don't know how to do that fucking... Anyways. No, but Ken means no. It doesn't mean Ken, okay? Don't get confused, Taco. Oh, look, it's a corpse. Look, it's a tap dancing you missed, Taco. And the dance! Oh, look, it's your boy. He's about to gavel me in the head. Yo, watch out! What? Yo, watch out! Bonk. I was waiting for it. Yeah. He did 2 claps in the song. The cat's in here too. Oh. He's loud as shit. He is. Yo. Look, it's the scene they just did. Uh-oh. Wait, is Pikachu gonna be in the center? Okay, I thought I was gonna pause with him in the center. Like, guys, don't hit each other. Oh, now it's just Pikachu. Pikachu is actually the main character in this game. Did you guys know that? Oh. Oh, never mind. He got Pikachu's pulling him back in. Oh, they went to Japan. You put the sag on his face. Oh, you can go back in your corner now, Pikachu. Where is turning to resolve Finn?
Good job.
Oh, that was perfectly timed. Oh, what? No, Pikachu. No, you're supposed to go over there. Don't be silly. Okay. Whoa, look at that art. Achievement unlocked. The Risen Resolve. Gotcha. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray.
Yay!
That's it, guys. Wait, special contents. What does this do? Halo. Oh, you can actually change the outfits of people? So I can make Susato just look like this the whole time? Wait, the fuck is this? I can make her look like... Wait, hold on. Yo, these guys have crazy outfits! You listen to Iris? What? Oh, her voice is? Oh, you mean like... Wait, why? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, okay, wait. Hold on 1 second. Yo, look at these outfits, man! That's cool. You said to listen to something auditorium? Voice recitals?
Objection! Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
All right, hold on. You keep saying Iris. Let's see.
Objection! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention!
Wow, look at all these lines they didn't use at all.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend. I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way.
Okay.
Objection!
Oh, we can hear Sholm's actual laugh. Hold on, you're right. No, I don't see it.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Huh. Wait, what is this?
Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
Why was there an exclamation mark on that? Oh, because I never played it? Okay.
Objection!
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
I actually heard this in the game.
Lord Strongheart has told
And
me
this
all
too.
about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Amateur.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
I really like this guy's voice a lot.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say?
The only other...
Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
The only other place I've seen this guy as a significant role in a video game is he's a major character in Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO. That's really popular right now. Estinian, I think? Who's a very popular, edgy-ass fucking character from Final Fantasy XIV.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Wow.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand.
I really like her
I
voice a
ask
lot.
only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves.
Why are you sushing that?
Prepare.
I feel like it's such a unique fucking voice.
Susato takedown! Hiya! Prepare.
Damn, what the fuck?
For Susato takedown! Hiya!
She went really into that. Alright. Instrumentals. Unused. Oh, there's like fucking text and oh, hold on. Unused. This is early on in the development cycle, so I was exploring various avenues. Initially, I wrote only the intro and played it for Mr. Takumi, but the police never went any further than that. Oh, he never used this for objection. The scrap version of Ryunosuke's personal theme. Damn, look, you can tell how much work they put into this shit, man. It's kind of cool. So these are all the songs that never ended up going for that direction. This was composed at the end of an intensive intro composition period. I wrote it with previous titles and series in mind, but it was rejected in the end because it doesn't have a strong enough The Great Ace Attorney vibe. So they ended up with this, I think. This is apparently the 12th. This is their 12th option out of like several dozen options. Wow. This is really cool. Core is now in session. Trial opening theme was created based on one of Mr. Maeba's unsuccessful attempts. If his work hadn't been scrapped, I'm quite certain that his theme would have never seen the light of day. Initially, I began composing this without looking at any visuals from this title, drawing from the music of the very first Ace Attorney game, but the solemn majesty of the in-game graphics means it wasn't a good fit. So yep, it was dropped. Okay. Yeah, this one is based off just the first game. I can hear it. This piece is an expression of Susata's warmth and ladylike air, with a hint of fight thrown in. It was composed deliberately, step by step, with both Mr. Takumi and Mr. Kitagawa, making it one of the most careful. Yeah, I could tell this song is really good. It gives me exactly those feelings. Oh, let's see the unused one. The truth is, I had a little competition with Mr. Maeba to compose this theme, and I lost. But I can accept defeat secure in the knowledge that he created the perfect piece to match Susato's theme. It's true. It is true. Susato's theme is really good. Yeah. I mean, obviously that I've been used to the other one. This one just has this very unique feeling. I would have probably learned to like this, but this has a very unique feel to it. There's something about it that's really nice. What's this? Rinosuke's flashback. I don't remember this. It's from the start of the game. A Carnival flashback. I don't even remember this shit, bro. Alright, the Truth Revealed Adventures version. I'm always nervous whenever I compose a Truth Revealed theme. I tried a few options. By the third iteration, I hit on something that felt right. That's this tune. I like the Truth Revealed themes in games. They're kind of, I don't really acknowledge them until I hear them. And I go like, you know what? These things really do set the mood a lot. Okay. Most mysterious mood. Okay. That's fine. I like this theme. I like this theme. I'm just noticing the freaking voice in there. Or whatever that sound is. The bubble pop. It was suggested this was more creepy than mysterious, so it had to go. That's very creepy. Or what is this? He tried doing a synthesizer sound version, but it didn't feel right, so then they made it orchestral like everything else. Alright, Kazuma Soki. I like this theme a lot too. This is a good theme. What about this? They pointed out that this version sounded like something you might hear at a public bath in a ryokan hotel. Come to think of it, it does sound kind of generic, like the mood music at a public bath chain, so it had to go. Man, music making sounds so tough. Sorry. Investigation. Oh, it's just a regular investigating theme. Very hard to get right. The song does develop, but the tension it creates is the same throughout, so no matter where it happens to be cut off, it has the same impact. That's true. This is rejected the moment it was heard. I knew it had a different feel to the rest of the soundtrack, so I took it to Mr. Takumi with some trepidation, thinking, well, it's a bit hard-boiled, but... Nope! Frame 1. Timekeeper of the Law name is the name of the theme. Our first impressions, visually, the Lord Chief Justice can only be described as intimidating. I recall being acutely aware of the intimidation as I was composing this theme. It felt like I was doing altitude training. Dude, why does it feel like Kitagawa keeps fucking up and getting the unused scenes? Unused themes. mind this one too much. I feel like I would have liked this one. Oh no, he got this one. Kitagawa got this one. Arrival at Shom's home theme for anime scene. Oh, that was... I don't remember this. Gina! Gina's a bluesy but a sprightly inner city girl. Somehow there's a hint of class? No? I feel like that comes across sometimes. Maybe refined even? No? The idea's in there somewhere too. Alright, what about this? Oh wait, Amaiba did the same... Okay. It sounds like it was put into another theme. Oh yeah, he kept some of the elements and reworked others. The inner city overtones of this were a little too strong. Alright. End of trial theme before the verdict reveal. And this one? Oh, this is what I kept playing during the openings. And then the unused version. It ended up being too similar to the objection theme, so it wasn't used. That's understandable. Alright, have a good night, Jeff. Good job completing the game, thank you. I'm glad that we got done. Stream is starting over? Oh, because I started playing the song. Dude, there's so many... Dude, I can steal so many sounds for sound commands here. Maybe I should go through this. Hey. What the fuck is this? The sound effect used to set the scene at the workplace of Lord Strongheart. In actual fact, its appearances in the game are rather few in number. LOL. Sounds like it's raining. Alright. Spoiler alert. Spoilers in this DLC. Should finish both. Oh. Oh yeah, there's a lot of... Definitely a lot of spoilers in here. Alright, well... Wait. Oh, I guess the Chronicles includes all the DLC. I guess that makes sense. Portraits. Oh, cool. Art stuff. Oh wait, are these other possible looks that Ryunosuke was gonna have? He could have possibly looked like one of these guys? And I guess this was basically used for the other Ryunosuke. Oh, look at these! What's the other options that she had? Oh look, whatever happened to this shawl thing? That's cool. Oh look, there's some other there are other possible designs for her. Herlock. How would he possibly have looked? Let's see. Wait, he was just immediately designed perfectly. There was no other option. Oh, never mind. There's a what the fuck? He had a crazy steampunk idea before, between both of them. Iris. Oh look, it's those two. So she might have looked like this, huh? Or these. Looks like the general idea was to have a pink-haired little girl, though. Kazuma could have... Oops. Oh, there's even commentary on these. I mean, I don't want to press the button. Good looking at full screen, though. They would have given him glasses? Dude, imagine. Imagine if he looked like that. Imagine. Ryunosuke, naruhodo. What is this? This one's not too bad. Brock Van Zieks. Alright, how would you have looked? Alright. Oh no. Oh no, that would have been... Oh boy. I don't mind the long hair as much. But oh no. These ones not... These ones are okay. Oh, okay. You really dodged a bullet. Alright. Discount deal. Look at all these characters. It's her, Snikolina Pavlova. You know what I realized actually looking through this? They really do like make entire fucking character models for people who are only there for a single case ever. And I don't know, I guess it's kind of... It's these two! It's the best couple ever! Name a better duo? I can't. Exclamation mark collab, just kidding. Look at these promo arts. We saw both of these. Alright. Alright, alright. I like the second outfits they made for everybody. Kinda wish I enabled some of them and fucked up my playthrough, but you know, it's fine. You're gonna say Shomba Mikitoba? I basically said that. Alright guys, well, I think I'm basically done. That was a little fun to look through. Guys, that was Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We beat the whole thing. What do you guys think? Did you guys have a good time? That was a long series of streams, guys. This is stream number... You know, if I count... I think I've added all together. This is stream number 20 for the entire series. It's been 84 years. That means this game technically is tomorrow's DRS? No. I already said tomorrow's Jackbox. We're doing Danganronpa S next year as well. I like saying next year, it's funny. I'm glad you had a good time, guys. It was really fun for me. That was great. I'm glad I got to experience that on stream patiently over several months. But hey, whenever the next Ace Attorney game comes out, we'll be playing that too. So my general plan in the future is the Ocarina of Time randomizer, and then Trails in the Sky second chapter. We're probably going to start at some point after that. Other than that, actually, I don't really have. Damn, it's been kind of crazy. Now I think about it, when I started this game, when I started Trails, I had like this whole plan of all these games I was going to play, and I've actually gone through a lot of the list. It's kind of weird. Gran Turismo? Alright guys, anyways, YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed my playthrough of this awesome series, and hopefully when more Ace Attorney games come out, you can definitely expect to see them on stream. Okay? Alright, YouTube? Okay. Alright. See ya, guys.